go and watch nothing. Anything I do. Right? Me personally, I would want to. I don't want to. I would think that would be great, but it's not really that for Diddy. Everything's all alleged and for entertainment purposes only. Right? Everything ain't about it. Right? But Diddy is opposite. Diddy is not, what people don't realize, Diddy
and I'm not on my meds, and I don't care. Fuck y'all. I already know. They want one of us, they want us all. But you know what? They need to be all in prison because they're two racist, rapists. They rape the world. They rape the world. As soon as somebody do something else, they want to lie about it. The G-Shock, and I told you, if I got just stealing, I'm going to stores and stealing everything too. That's right. My name is Eugene Watucci. My name is Eugene Watucci. Look it up. Fuck you. Smart.
very little bit of music like
You know,
this.
like from my own page.
This is
We do the opposite of this.
I love when I get
Okay, y'all let me know when the jury's coming in. Let me know when the jury's coming in. So there's an issue with juror number 5. You heard about that, Joe?
everybody keeps saying it's 4 or 5 to go.
So there's an issue with number 5 because number 5 got a text. It doesn't get the text. And the text said, are you juror number 6?
Who else is coming down? Just you?
Asking what my jury number is. And then they said, well, if you, why are you getting that message? Are you talking to people? So they checked out the number and they found out it was somebody that you knew. So now it's like you're talking to people. So now that's the problem. Yeah, so the jury is falling apart, Joe. Miss Knockout might not have to go in this jury. Miss Knockout
They got to do that till 11 o'clock every day. They do the same thing they do.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
Fruit Loops in the morning.
Comment said it.
About 11 o'clock.
The same comment said it. Now, what's the
Oh, that's my man.
If you're not a sub, please comment. Oh, yeah, she's checking it out. Okay, comment, I'm not a sub. Somebody comment, I'm not a sub. Comment, I'm not a sub. Somebody comment, I'm not a sub. That's it. See, I'm not a sub.
was down living in City. They opened it in Atlantic City. This thing that people
Oh, right. So that's what
this
I'm
one.
going to do.
Like you're trying to get that
So
shot.
they
All of a
show
sudden, people
and
goes
put
like
it
this. You don't want that. Yeah, yeah. It's following
right?
something else.
And then
Once you put it in that
the
setting,
prosecutor played clips from 3 videos on Monday that only the attorney and the court was allowed to watch. In other words, the other courtroom is cut off. Okay? Because of certain people acting up, talking about stuff that we supposed to be talking about, giving names and things such as this is the deal. Now, they don't show everything to the old folks. They don't show everything because people don't know how to act. They get out here and they do all kinds of stuff for qualification. And now they're taking away our rights. That's what they do. So, special agent Juliana Battaglia played five records and text messages from October 2022 in which Cassie, his on-again, off-again girlfriend from 2007 to 2018, discussed meeting up with 2 lead workers at the Trafficking hotel. So they played the whole text. Hey, what's up? Oh, what's up? Thank you. And then Diddy, yo, shout out to Amon. Amon got all the people out here imitating him. It's so funny. Because Amon, I love watching Amon with you. It's like you gotta get you some gentrification with some popcorn and watch Amon go. He is so entertaining. And then Diddy. More baby doll. More baby doll. Boy, son. And then Diddy. Okay. So the footage played after special agents walked through hotel invoices, flight records, and text messages from October 2012. Right? So they went through those text messages. So the music mogul, so the judge dismissed the juror. Well, we learned so far. That the judge dismissed the juror over concern of lack of candor. He's looking at another juror because the juror got a strange text. He went over and said, look, I'm not good. And I said, well, how did this text actually reach your ear if he wasn't talking to you? So now he's whispering to you. Right? At the end of the day, defense attorney asked the judge what was said to be the dismissed juror out of concern about the impact that the others on the panel had. How you doing? Good. I'm good. I can't complain. That's what's up. Hey, Mark.
I'm just going to say hi to you.
Hey.
Very nice to see you, hon. Oh, very nice to see you.
And I'm glad you said because you know we
Yeah, I did the ringing of the bell.
Yes.
Yes.
You know I went to that same hospital.
Oh, yeah, you mentioned that.
In 2012, I had the rest to the CCTV. And my homeboy was going to talk and then overtold you.
Wow.
That same hospital.
Isn't that something? Great hospital, great doctors.
Great doctor.
Everybody in my chat knows who you are, so I don't have to say who you are. Very nice. I'm going to message you. We have an event coming up on Saturday. I don't know if you know about it. It's a little meet-up. Yeah, I will. Hey, good morning. How you doing? Yeah, I've been doing this for 3 years now. 52nd and Broadway. The name of the hotel is called M Social, and I'll message you. I will. I won't forget. I will. I know you're going to be going inside. I love the tripod. I love the color. Have a beautiful rest of the day, dear. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it.
Congratulations. He looks like Superman. So, oh, he's not there yet? Well, they said he went in, so Brenda went in. Okay, so let Come on, y'all. The child look. They said the child was under active custody. Yes? They said they only be 4 days. They may be. Oh. Is that yours? Oh. Yeah, it's broken. It looks like it's a little piece of something. Oh, that's a piece of it. they talked about me on their line. They mentioned my name on their line. I don't know why you would do something like that. I don't know why you would do that. You can take it right here. So I sent that on it, right? It's like you don't want to be the person that the clock is watching. Right? That my lawyers is watching, waiting for you to say one more thing so we can get you on slander. Slander is a real thing. You ask my friend. Hello? I will get some information in that say something. They ain't even watching. The people that y'all don't know that will never mention their name, they ain't even watching right now. I told my mom, don't block them, let them watch it. Let them watch it. Watch, bro. See, people just, it's not like I'm doing that with nobody. I'm not doing that with nobody. You understand? Okay, you can answer that. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to change because the numbers that I'm getting on all these publications, the other big machines come back and say, yo, we wanted my boss wants to keep filming you all through the thing. They're mad about this. Right? Well, everybody got their time and their place to do that. I don't care if I see the next person shining and on every media outlet and getting attention. I'm not the kind of person that's going to get it in. But when I'm talking about people, some of them are out front and some of them are in seats moving around in the background. So running. You know, you're jealous that you're moving. I'm thinking like because I'm figuring out how to link up with you and do it for that. But you know, Chad Patty, I don't even want to go there for that. Say what you do. Yeah. So you gotta like how you move. Everything in life is how you move. So now you're moving with the ops. Okay. You go and work together with them over there. I don't care. What? Okay? Why? Because you need to stay in here and stop doing all chatty patty and moving around and moving in the background. You know what I'm saying? Like a chatty patty. Don't nobody want a chatty patty around the business. None of that. You stick shit. So, I got no, you ain't got nothing to talk to me about. What? I'll be right back and I never come back. That's how I do it. I told you, all right, I'll be right back and I never come back. But why? Because I don't want to talk to you about that. So yeah, so it was only a few people that was trying to push this stuff
She had a lot going on. She
And
was
that's
woman.
why I feel like Cassie is different than Jimmy Jones. They start, she talking about I read the story and it's like, no, it wasn't just like this. Don't y'all feel like Cassie kind of there with Jimmy and Jimmy Jones? Somebody asked me what color her lipstick is.
Supposed to was.
Oh, I have a pink lipstick. I don't know the brand of it.
Cassie was a short man. Jane Doe was his freak. He freaked out his girlfriend. That was his girlfriend. Jane was a freak. He said you was a freak and you're gonna stay a freak, lady.
Okay.
What you said? A freak of the weekend. Sabina. The sheets.
I love that.
I'm not putting that on the man. The man said you was my freak.
Like the ponytail?
I have it.
She was telling me that she won't do the same.
That's the time to speak up. Oh, hell no, I ain't gonna go get your mama or something. You know, a woman to tell you about yourself, tell you about your mama. I'm filming him, not even know who that
day is the exact day that the clock is supposed to go somewhere, right? And where are we at? Oh, the clock. Oh, wow, look at that. It's not going anywhere, y'all. Now, some people that's not having a great run over here once a week. I see just one big hope. Oh, yeah, clock is going. That's right, y'all. Well, if you ain't having a good time, then get on out. Get out. Ain't nobody holding you here. Ain't nobody holding you at the TikTok street to the off. You're free to leave. Take your baby on with you. Okay? You're not having a good time here, so you is ridiculous old women. No, we having a good time. Happy birthday, sir. We having a good time. Yeah, TikTok is closing. I'm telling you. What day is it? What day is it? I believe it's the 17th, y'all. Did we go anywhere? No. There's too much money involved. They playing it. They ain't going nowhere. They say the 17th, the 19th. We're going to shoot up 19th. Well, on the 19th is coming. The 19th is coming fast. What's nothing going nowhere? And they not selling it. So the text message in there like yesterday, I was just nodding off, and it was just so boring, and it was a smooth test, right? So we're going to wait and go in to Mr. Brandon. Y'all let me know when Brandon takes her stand. Let me know when Brandon takes his stand, when Miss Text Lady raps. All right, you like my hair? Thank you. Let me know when the lady raps. Oh, okay, beautiful. Congratulations. I am doing good. What's up? Does Diddy shows off too? Diddy is wide awake in the court. He's like this.
Just like he in a Vigo. Just like in a Frico, allegedly. To the off.
So you see once with them imitating Lamar? Yo, it's so and Diddy. Diddy. That was so funny, though. Some of them had, I want to ask them today because he watched it. I want to bring him back.
He's the one that came out with the spaghetti strap, shoulder the thong string, tank top, the thong string straps for the escort that was in the Diddy free call. Yeah, and the Diddy after the off. Yeah, he was in the Diddy after the off. The after the off, the one that was in the escort. Yeah. So the day before, Armand Woods had on the tank top. That was scary. It was small. That one was small, but when the escort came out. And the tank top still like this, covered his nipples, that's it. All the whole body was out. Tank top only covered his nipples, so we never seen the tank top.
Right, but I knew how to move.
Other than he had no foot, the Diddy dudes. That was the Diddy dudes. The Diddy dudes show. The Diddy dudes show. I need all.
What's that?
You don't sound Diddy, no? You greased up. Oh yeah, you got greased up. You greased up. Gosh, to tell Diddy no if you're gonna have grease on your ass. Diddy don't play. Diddy don't play when they come to the grease.
The whole industry ain't gonna play.
Follow my Bible, bro. Covenant that ain't for me, bro. Eyes on it, bro.
4 or 5 o'clock,
Eyes on it, bro.
open early, never know.
my Bridget. We're viral, my Bridget. Slip and slides on that Astro, honey. Don't slide on the Astro. I know my dance, bro. The Astro slide. Look, only can do it with clothes like this. Go in the club when you're outside. Grab one of coat. Grab a tie. Grab a hat. Grab a chain over front like you can run in here. Come out with your shit on. And make sure you slide it. And make sure you slide it when you slide. And then with that Astro slide, you slide on that Astro. Okay? Good. Make sure you have to slide on that Astro. Right stuff to all up to him like that. That's like super cat. Really, really, really cool. Not to the gun. You know what I mean? Niggas teaming up against me. What happened? 16 friends they get, homie. 16 friends. I got it. What's the nigga name? Yes, man. I'm the homie with it. I'm friends. Get it with me. You got to clap to the front of the door. How many you know? Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Get it. Let's get it. What are you doing now? You doing an update? Oh, y'all doing big one. What's up with me? I like to let my people go.
Oh. All right, after y'all finish, y'all go over there and bless it. You got 0 people.
Where we go to the flight?
Y'all go, I love, okay, y'all go over there. I'm following you, but you ain't following me back.
After they use the credit card,
You're not following me back. I'm sending you all the money. And you ain't even following me. Ain't that a thing? They over, that is like a
Fine. Now they're trying to bring together the five.
Let's look it up, y'all.
So they show the fight record. Julian. Jules Field, that's Jules who was in the free throw people. He was the one that was saying the whole stuff.
So R. Kelly was hospitalized, right? After his learned that he was old in prison. Rushed to the hospital. What is in prison? In prison, what are you ultimate prison?
Right?
Okay, let's look at this one. Let's look at this. So R. Kelly hospitalized after pleading ultimate prison. Okay, y'all know what the ultimate prison is, right?
Then they had ended up adding another evidence.
Unaliving plot.
Getting another evidence over this was demonstrative.
Okay, so they're gonna go over there. Y'all go over there and bless him. Okay, we're gonna do that. Y'all go bless him. All right?
Only he can be the inactive.
It's supposedly.
Oh, got it! Look! Got you, Brian! Yeah, got
So
it.
R. Kelly,
Diddy had to go.
lawyers for R. Kelly was alleged to have seen her over 35
New York, this shit ain't Willy Wonka, bro. Ain't the chocolate factory, bro. That's report. Feds will report. Look now. So now we got Gary. Okay, Gary. Look at Gary. 621. Gary says, going tonight. We met the cash. Going tonight. We met the back. 633. Yeah, LA. Gary met the back. 634. Gary. Skyler, the white boy, look like he skateboarding. Whoa. 634. Cash says yes. For anyone new. So Tito wants to say, man, we want another one. Trafficking. We will give you back. What you was with the man for 10 years, I ain't gonna finish. I ain't gonna finish. You was with the man for 10 years, so you got a story? You may know better than others. I'm not gonna argue. The other movie, the James Doe, who that man said, use my free for the week like a demon in the street. That's what that man said. What she said? She said, you a crack. Oh my God, you might crack hard. Yo, I'm the MUCB. You my crack pipe. I can't believe. You know what, girl? You rap. You take your time, girl. You too good. I'm Jordan. You Kobe with the box, but you go for 71 hours, not 81, right? You go with the box, and this big man, he's the big man in the paper stick. So this is how you put it. And not only that, Diddy wasn't championship coach. He could have been Brett Auerbach, or he could have coached Michael Beckton. The only thing Diddy's teaching breaststroke. Only breaststroke. You know what? Because on the 71st hour, in the eco squeaker, on the whole world, in the 71st hour of the eco, you know what Diddy told him? Now, she was already over. Yo, he said, look, finish strong. I said, finish strong. You can do it. Don't get tired on me. Bro, I'd have had to leave. You can see me getting dragged like that back to the room. I got to go, Diddy. I'd have put it 71 hours of sleep. Shit. Let me take a walk. Well, anyway. Now we got Chrome. Look. Now Chrome is just shit. Oh, man. We're going to get it on it. So now we got the calls from Puff to Cat. 41 seconds, 6:04 p.m. Stay Cat from Puff, 74 seconds, 6:39 p.m. Call from Post to Cat. Now answer. Now we go to the spot. This time for 6:47, 7:47 p.m. So they've been showing us the parameters. When these messages are coming in, what time, the volume, the voluminous volume of the call, and you'll see they even more incessant when even the game recording. My next move, O-O-T-A.
Guys, come back to love here, okay, guys?
So now they set up the link. We'll take you put more notes from Skyler. Gary. Skyler's good. Okay, let's go to Skyler. What time? 10 p.m. Skyler, hey you. Look at Skyler. Skyler's messaging up real fast. So, hey you. D, which is Gary, most of the things from Cowboys and Angels, which really didn't know that from. He said, yo, look. He's like, yo, hey, Gary. He told me to say hello and to let you know that I'll be there around 10:30 or something, like 11. Okay, Puff calls 3 times, not yet. What time anywhere to me? Asking Scott, 3 o'clock a.m. Scott says, o'clock. Late night free call, oil up. Oil it up. Everybody oil it up. Look, right? Skyler says, I just want you to know that we are getting together and you're doing a damn great job. Keep it up. Good job. You're doing great, Skyler. I said, Skyler, don't you all speak at once? I told you all speak at once. Let me know what good job you're doing, Skyler. Put me on game. Put me on game. So, okay, so I'm leaving me. That's between you and she. Look, now on the scene, they had to hold down the incident and the police of passing beat up at the hotel. Now, all on the same day, they saw the pictures, all of this was transpiring all on the same day. It's pretty crazy. in this world. You hear me, Queen? Right, man. No, you want my friends to stay, homie. I'm outside and you're trying to get blessed, homie. This is what's for me. Follow me, and then you go back. Shout out to the Queen. Shout out to my Queen. Shout out to the Queen. That's all the Queen. Shout out to my Queen. My craziest shit, y'all gotta deal with it. Oh, yeah. They go, he gonna be like, imagine that one. Imagine that one. Imagine that. We ain't condoning no jealousy. We ain't condoning none of that. We all trying to win. We're trying to help young people win. We're trying to win and help young people win. Oh, no, oh, my, oh, step up. Oh, step up. Step up. Excuse me. No, I always tell you when you're stepping. No, I tell you you're stepping. Excuse me, sir. I'm stepping. Come on, bro. Listen to my little shot with my step.
open to see what likes, right? There's a that like it. Yeah. That's the small, yeah. You'll see it. They're just that. Yeah. Make sure you subscribe. Okay, good. Subscribe. Get subscribed. Don't forget to share the live, alright? Don't forget, Heroes on here. Doritos on here. On here.
When you hate this, life is about this. Life is everything in life is just telling you from the truth to the dirt, to the water, all of that. Nothing just takes what I give you. You got to give love. That's what earth does. Nothing on earth is that hatred. A shark jump out the plant, looks like a seal to me. A beer, I got my youth here, my cub. Stop hating. When you run around looking for people that hate right here in your life, God will come back to hate on you. Look, the universe comes to you. Look, you're going to go in the store to go buy a cigarette. Somebody's going to bust you in your head with a can of coffee. Okay, in the bottom road.
So tell me a little bit about you. Now that I got you on that.
Or you bothering after.
But can you see me though? Can you see me? Okay, yeah. So actually, my camera's pointing at the that's where it's showing. Go ahead. You can still talk. By the way, yeah, you can still talk. Yeah, so a little bit, since you haven't talked about being a content creator. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So you're based in Minneapolis?
Exactly at the main course,
Oh, suburb. Okay.
we're happy.
So you said suburb. Wow. So you're in Brooklyn Park and Chaplain. Wow. Amazing. Amazing. Wow. I got a sister that live in she lived in Chenhampton. Yeah. She lived in around Prince. So I come to Minneapolis at least 3 or 4 times a year. Oh yeah. Well, actually, I should be over there in July 20. I should be around there in 2020. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Minneapolis is a very big state. That's right. Okay. Hold on. So you see that where you are in the suburb, crimes are getting higher now? Right. So what's it move like over there now? Now that what's her name? How you call it? Her name Melissa Huffman passed away, and yeah. So what's it move? How you guys feel in Minneapolis now? You know, with that tragedy. How's the whole city energy? Okay. That's correct.
I can see your future. Yeah, you were in the I was back there.
Yeah, exactly. Right. That's the thing. That's the thing that makes me right now. I'm asking myself, what was the motive behind it? What was the motive behind it? That's the question I'm asking myself. What's the motive behind it? I mean, you almost as close to the government. I mean, you're talking to the government. You work with the government. So I understand Right. And they said that he been arrested, he been caught, he been got him down. Yeah. So, right. So what do you do for fun? I mean, what do you do for fun? I mean, instead of being in nice suburbs. You scared? You scared to come out, huh?
It means that at some point,
Okay.
it means at some point in time you realize
Right.
that I gotta come out and see who I am.
You travel though? You travel though?
Well, you
don't travel? Oh wow. Atlanta, okay. Yes, at least you got out.
every now and then you gotta step out of that.
Wow.
Yeah, that's why you're really like
Travel quite hard.
if you were simulating, no one tries to figure out the figure
I mean, you hope.
how do you do that? In a simulation, nothing is called a choice. Everything is when you admitted that you found that you're sure,
I was watching the news. Mayor got shot and killed in Mexico. Assassinated. Assassinated.
that you're found something, right?
Yeah, well,
You're the one that said I'm proud that I'm sure. I never told you that. But I found it interesting that in the simulation, but you had to snap out of that simulation to
no, exactly. You don't know. What you want. You don't even know what's. You don't even know what's going on. You don't even know what the next. There's a lot of chaos going on. I don't know what people emotionally distorted or emotionally out of control. And you would think that those who got money got more emotional control, but you'd be shocked that they won't kill them.
But you need to, because in the real world,
Right. How you got money and you live in a decent home and you got everything that other people need and you out here causing this chaos?
at least that. You need to know that. You don't need to log on something to figure that out. You have to.
Okay. Oh yeah, I agree with you. I understand that now. I didn't understand that initially. Yeah, definitely. Totally agree with you on that one. I mean, you would think that people having money would be more understanding or less stressful. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Less stressful. You got money. I mean, we all out here trying to get money. I really do this for a living. I do take that money. You got money. You got a good job. You got a family. Come on, bro. You can draw wherever you want. And you out here fucking chaos.
Here's your stuff.
Yeah, I know. How you know that? How do you know? Amazing. Smart. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. So when you hear African, okay. Right. Yeah. So if you hear the guy saying African TV, come on, get on. That's me. Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought you were for sure. Yeah, that's me. Yeah, that's me. I don't really get on quite often, but now it's like, since he tries to actually get into an immediate greeting, getting no title, I was like, you know what? How much I want to go live, meet some nice people like you, talk to say I'm trying to get you to get out. You know what I mean? You're going to get up. I'm trying to get you to get out. You know what? Matter of fact, you're asking the right man. You know I'm gonna show you to go by anyway. So I got my pork t-shirt on. Huh? Go ahead. Give me your take on it. Right. Okay. Right.
Every single time we walk, it's just some way. Like, as soon as we celebrate like
Yeah,
no
go
one
ahead. I
knows
got
that.
you. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Right. Absolutely. Right, absolutely. Right. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's good. Okay. Water's up. Okay.
Wow.
Okay, right. Yeah. Well, no. I mean, I like your take on that. That's another view on that. And we've been through that. So we got a whole different outlook on that. And I don't want to take that for granted. When I seen that video, as big of a fan I am to Sean Combs, that changed my whole mindset. Because that, huh? Right, exactly, right. I mean, and you know what? And honestly, though, I did the best I could to watch a little bit of that. But I didn't want to go too far because it's just me imagining someone else would be my sister at that degree that it was. Right. You know what I mean? So, right, sister, mother, yeah. Not only just that, but all the female that I know. And, so that just kind of gave me a whole different outlook on that. You know what I mean? But now that we're here at this trial right now, it's not even that. We can focus on something else and not domestic. Okay, I'm seeing something. Yeah, you better say you doing that. You know what I mean? You looking good. Hold on, for real? Wow. That's... You always... Okay. You didn't... Oh, she said you didn't sure I have it on. Right. Yeah. Well, I gotta give a compliment though. That's pretty. I haven't seen a female in a long time with a natural hair. I'm gonna keep it real. I'm gonna totally understand what it is. Situation, you know, I can understand that. But yeah, you don't quite see a system that we're here, you know what I mean? It's all the extra stuff that you got on that, you know what I mean? Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, absolutely, right. Yeah. Even I mean, even where I'm from, you know, from the motherland, like you know, most of our females are natural, hands down natural. You know, I would take a natural any day. You know, what I mean, I'll take a natural any day. Come out, Diddy, come out looking just as you are. I take that any day. You know, but you know, nowadays you don't really see that now. What? Oh yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah. I got you. But the things I hear. I mean, I hear most natural. A lot. Okay. So you didn't find a Diddy trial, huh? You didn't find the trial from start it all? Okay. So what your take on that? I mean, since things have progressed on for a little while now, your mind still the same, no? Or it has changed a little bit? Bingo. That's what it was. Bingo. Oh, right. Oh, okay. I got you. Right. I got you. Okay. Yeah, I got you. Right. So honestly, I mean, okay. So you think that so the domestic would have not done a whole lot more? Yeah, he never make a big deal at all. Yeah, he never make a big deal at all, never. Right. Okay, yeah. But you see, the thing though, I think the time frame that he been in there, I think he's gonna rethink. It's enough time to rethink. When I come out, what kind of man am I intending to be? If I get a second chance, what the next move now? What the next, I think the love message that he's been trying to portray to people in jail, I think he should come out with that love energy now. Yeah, that's what people need the most of him now. And that the bad, I want to say bad boy is not good, but I'm saying you got to come with a different game plan. And, oh yeah, absolutely. It's just an outlook, right? Just an outlook, right? Different, I think you seen Kanye stuff, like Kanye. You Kanye people report. Okay, good. So I was the guy that Kanye shook his hands. I was the guy that Kanye shook hands with. Yeah, and all the Newcastle are asking me, why Kanye shook my hand. I said, well, one assumed because he watched TikTok. I was like, no, I don't think Kanye watched TikTok. He got the car, he moved the phone from the other hands and shook my hand like, yo, bro, I see you. You know what I mean? And he didn't shake nobody else's hand. You know what I mean? You know how weird our brother really is. He don't front. When he's not with you.
Oh, Ty, yeah. I remember. What's the name now? Aquarius Queen? Okay, I'm gonna know that. Hold on, wait. Oil it up first. Okay. Oh, that's what the TY. Okay, that's what the TY. Okay. I got you now, sis. I'm looking for you. I got my baby over here. The come girl. And it's warm. My baby all in a thermos. So yeah, I ain't like Diddy in the sink. We might not be around the sink. I got my oils pre-warm in the thermos. So we oiling up on the go. We oiling up on the go. Slip and slide on the Astro slide. Let me slip and slide on that Astro.
I bet it my hair.
All day. Good.
My mother's like, my sister from Liberian side. That's why I go to the show 4 times a year because she's from the mother's side. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, look at some videos of them right now. Post it on your channel.
Somalis over there.
Miami. Let's get it. Jamaica.
Okay. So you guys got no choice but to be a Liberian guy. No choice. Okay, I'm just saying that. So you didn't get a real motherland. You didn't get a real motherland one time. Okay. I can see. Well, that's fine. Go ahead. Okay, if you don't turn it, I can see it. Okay, go ahead. You stay in, okay, there you go laughing now. You stay indoors, you can come out now. You can come out and look around now. What? Let me not say again. That's where it's at. That's where it's at. Yo, you gonna laugh. You're gonna laugh at me though, right? I see it. Laugh at me though. You're gonna laugh at me though. Somebody sent me a link to me on I didn't know what it was POS. So they sent me the link and I didn't know what it was. I clicked on that thing so fast. I clicked on that thing and was like, open an account. So I'm just going ahead, open an account, put in my African Diddy. I'll go open the account. Man, my
works? Yeah. But you know what? The female do the same thing too, though. The girls are all the same thing too, though. I mean, we don't know Chacon to me, but I cannot do Chacon that. You know, that's the time we need. The time we need now is like, let's get it done first, and then let's see what happens. That's what I'm getting at. Let's get it out of the way first and see if everything will line up right. You know, if they won't feel good, then we can get it on. The next thing. Okay. Okay, I got you. Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay. Right. I got you. Yeah. Your sister, you know, you need more, you need more proposals. Okay, I got you. Right, absolutely.
How did you have come here? At next time.
Yeah.
How did you have come at the next time?
Oh, finally, right?
Definitely, I agree with you. You know what I mean? Yeah, definitely. A lot of us not at that. You know, I don't think society is pushing that intelligent engagement now because social media, with our time spent, our minds. You know what I mean? Everything's so microwave, so fast, so quick. So it's like talking to a girl, nothing in depth, it's just short, it's quick. You know what I mean? It's instantaneous. It's instantaneous. You know what I mean? Let's get it. Let's get it going on. Ooh, where you tomorrow? You know what I mean? So yeah. You won't get that. You won't get that mind connectivity. You know, not even time for it now. Very technical. Very rare now. You know what I mean? And it's across the board too. Both women and men. Same thing. Before we know, most men want you to be more mentally stimulated now, not no more now. You know what I mean? So yeah. You know what I mean? So for us as intelligent men now, we just kind of like trying to find that medium where we can kind of fit in. You know, because you can be no good trying to talk to a woman, intellect, or mind frame is not yet at that level. You know what I mean? So what's the time? So instead of really being very in tune or intuitive, I find a little microwave conversation. So that gets you stimulated, that gets you going. lot. It takes a lot. Most women who want to be stimulated by intelligence, the scarcity of men is high. No. Actually, no. I got the camera facing the content. Yeah. I got a few folks on here. I only got you on the invite. I got you on. Oh, there we go. Yes. You know what? Yeah. I see your invite. Yeah. And you responded. Amazing. Yeah, respectful. But now that I know you, now that I know you now, you know what I mean? I keep you on the invite. I can accept your invite. I see a few people here getting on the invite that, you know what I mean? But, oh, so you think that you say that people don't have a real picture though? So you say that? Interesting. Okay, but check this out though. If I were to just mislead, this is where I would not be comfortable with. I'm gonna mislead. If I were to mislead a female by going to download someone else's and put it on my cover, I know someday we gotta meet one day. I don't don't care how long it takes. I don't care how long it takes. We got me one day. And then on top of that, forget about me one day. You the girl just say turn the camera go live. I mean, we in a time now where everything camera focused. So those games don't work no more. Maybe back in the day it could. But now, you know, we got FaceTime, we got, you know what I mean? That's what we're going to raise. I can see.
2 months. We still got like 4 more weeks. Wow. And everybody can go see it, so all of us.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody's going to court, bro.
Yeah.
Once in a lifetime chance if you visit it. If they visit it, go see the court.
Yeah, correct.
This bitch though. What case is bigger than this?
Yeah, F-E-I-D-D-Y. One word.
Oh, the one where you say.
Oh, you do.
I-D-D-Y.
Yeah, D-D-Y. NYC.
NYC.
Yeah, NYC. So,
I have
yeah, so YouTube is African D, NYC. That's all.
NYC. All right, thank you.
Too much, bro.
Yeah. I mean, if you gotta go, you know, I'll let you go. Yeah,
Love out here, man. We're showing love.
Yeah.
Showing love.
Yeah. You know, when females out here, when they come around, you know, show me love. So, my mom always say, huh?
Crazy, right? Too much love.
Okay, good. But you gotta go with each other another time. You know what I mean? You gotta go out and let people know, and they got things to do.
Trees going on.
Yes.
Another lighter. That's my lighter. Okay.
Oh, so you going live now?
You made a new thing. Cause I just let me my lights open.
That's what I'm talking about.
And I had these.
You know what I mean? Do it. You know what I mean? You gotta listen to me. You bust the label. Okay, if I ever come to Minneapolis, you know, I'm gonna definitely put you on live now. See, there's a girl who keep hiding. She hiding her face. I'm gonna take you for a drive around Brooklyn Park. If you tell me that you're going to Brooklyn Park, you know what I mean? She be hiding her face. You know what I mean? Yeah, I knew you gotta do it, but she be hiding her face.
But that is fake news. Those are fake.
What's the sign?
Joseph Seeger is a man with the wrong eyes, very sensitive for life.
Hey, how about having dinner in the Caribbean? Yeah, I'm gonna get it. Drama is over 19. The only girl that gave me that like, you know me, you get for the drama, you know what I mean? You know, keep excitement going. No, not necessarily toxic, but you know, I can entertain all the bogus stuff go out, you know, all the like, you know, I mean, come on, let's go for a walk, come on, let's get out, let's do something, you know, yeah, come on, let's get out of the house, you know what I mean, you know, let's turn the sex up a little bit more, let's turn it up a little bit higher, yeah, it's over thing, you know what I mean, it's over thing, no toxic, huh?
They have a summary when you're going through all the things.
I think Aries go in his sign, in his zodiac sign. The man go every zodiac sign. This is like most of the zodiac signs. They always chill. Then you come in and bring out that excitement and that let's move, let's get this going. You know what I mean? Let's plan this, let's create this, let's push with it. You know what I mean? You know, let's put things in order. What you doing, bro? You playing? Come on, you know, come on, you know, like I'm telling you right now. You know, like I'm telling you right now. Come on, feel alive, get on. You know, something like that. You know what I mean? You know, if I get alive and I'm making money alive, why wouldn't I get you to be that? Bro, let's go, come on. Get all my followers, follow her, let's make this happen. Ooh, you know, something like that. You know, I mean, we always try to make sure that, you know, the main thing about Aries is success. Female responsibility to make us loyal. That's what we are. If a female, oh yeah, once the female's loyal, we loyal. Hands down. So you're gonna be like me and you from the back to the loyal. But when we see the females harming us, talking to us, and we like, to maybe I'm a female, I'm good, I got a female, that's how we are. That's how we're gonna give this man for the money. Yeah. You know what I mean? We don't. Bingo.
And welcome back to Law and Crime, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber, and thank you so much for joining us on our live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial here in New York in federal court. We're going to talk about what's happening in court today. We're also going to bring on our all-star panel that we're going to have for the next hour, hour and a half as we take your questions. And by the way, everybody watching from YouTube right now, we got people from not only, we got people from Canada, South America, Oregon, South Carolina, Romania, Florida, the UK, Pennsylvania. Let us know where you're calling in from. Well, not really calling, what am I in, 1990s radio show host? No, where you're messaging in from, where you're watching us, and we're going to take your questions, everything about this case. So anything that happened in testimony the past few weeks, anything that happened today, we're going to talk about it. And let me just tell you what is happening. By the way, we're waiting to get Elizabeth Milner on, our Law and Crime in-court reporter as well, to tell us what's happening in court. But first of all, the day started off about talking about Brendan Paul. Now, anybody who's been following the Sean Combs saga knows that name. He had been arrested early on during the course of this investigation at an airport. He's a former assistant and associate of Sean Combs, potentially when it comes to drugs. He was granted immunity by the court today. So he had invoked his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, and then he was granted an order of immunity protection in order to testify. So now he's compelled to testify. And then we've continued on with the testimony of summary witness Delisa Penland, a special agent with the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, continuing her testimony from yesterday. She is a summary witness. So basically what she's doing is providing an overview or summary of a plethora of digital evidence for the jury. And really where they're highlighting are the travel and payment receipts for hotels, planes, setting up these sexual events that are at the center of this sex trafficking and racketeering case, freak-offs, Wild King nights, right? These kinds of episodes. And it was basically what they're trying to prove is that Combs was using his staff and company to carry all this out. Remember, transportation to engage in prostitution, two of those charges, more the straightforward charges. If the jury accepts that he transported sex workers and alleged victims for the purposes of sex work, he could be found guilty of that. It's a more straightforward charge. Sex trafficking, there is a travel component to that as well when you talk about inducing women into commercial sex acts, something of value, using force, fraud, or coercion. And also with racketeering, the more that the prosecution can show that Sean Combs was using his staff, that there was a common agreement, that everybody knew what the end goal was to benefit Sean Combs, to benefit his businesses, that the idea was to create a pattern of racketeering or criminal conduct. They all were agreeing to commit crimes, cover it up. The more you can show the participation or alleged participation of others, that's how you get to racketeering. Now, there were some text messages that also stand out that were read aloud to the jury as well. For instance, in the aftermath of the March 2016 attack on Cassie Ventura at the LA Intercontinental Hotel, there was this message where Ventura had texted Combs, this was supposed to be a really exciting day for me, and I wish I could just crawl in bed and stay there until I look better. Then there's this back and forth with Sean Combs' assistants. So you have this assistant, Ellie Maroon, hasn't testified in this case yet. Ellie Maroon, there were multiple calls, and there were 4 calls between Ventura and Combs. And then at one point in time, Christina Coram, this is Combs' former chief of staff, also hasn't testified in this case, texted Maroon, I'm going to ask just to cover damages. And Maroon responds, he wants to speak to Spanish security guard. Again, this goes to the idea of was he bribing the security guard in order to make sure that footage never saw the light of day. There was testimony about that earlier in the trial. And then Coram texts back, say they had a fun drunk night to try and get more info. So you can see the allegation is using his staff, his resources in order to cover up alleged crimes. Now, under cross-examination by Tenny Garagos, which is what's happening right now, the allegation is that all these summary charts with all of these messages, they purposely don't include messages that are beneficial to the defense. For example, there's a message that this investigator was asked, I'm always ready to freak off. This is from Cassie. Or I can't concentrate, meaning I'm so turned on. I'm going to Dwayne Reed, pack us a bag. There's a message from Sean Combs to Cassie, I love you so much. How did this happen? Ventura responds, I wonder that too. There's another message from Combs, I'm not asking you to FO, meaning freak off. So again, this is evidence that would seem to show perhaps these were willing participants. This was all consensual. And also, why did you not include this in your summary charts? Why are you excluding it? And right now, I believe the jury is listening to some video. We don't know what this video is. I believe they're wearing earphones. Everybody in the gallery doesn't know what it is, so we're not really sure, but they've been listening to it for quite some time. So right now, we're going to take your questions. Let me bring in my all-star panel. We got with us Mina Sewat-Lona, Sirius XM host, who's been following this case religiously, and also Alexis Rosenberg, trial attorney and federal litigator. It's great to have you both here. Let me go right to the questions. Okay, let me start from the beginning. Okay, so we got a question from Natalie Susanna. And I will throw this to you, Mina. Will the mule, meaning drug mule, will the mule Brendan Paul testify? Sure seems like it, right?
It does seem like it. And it's funny, I went to Syracuse University, and when I first heard of Brendan, I'm like, where do I know that name from? He played basketball at the school, and now he's involved in this, this big trial. I think, he has the immunity deal. And he's a big part of the drug part of this case. So I think Brendan will take the stand, and we'll see what he has to say.
I think he's important for two things, right? So the prosecution has been saying that Sean Combs has used drugs to keep victims compliant, but also drug offenses are underlying crimes of the racketeering charge. Prosecutors need to prove at least two underlying crimes, whether it's possession with intent to distribute, drug offenses. There's forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery. So, obviously he would be an important witness in that regard. Alexis, let me go to you. We got a question from Denise Lopez. If a mistrial is called for whatever reason and he gets a retrial, can he cop a plea?
He could cop a plea. Yes, he could change his plea. They could offer him something. Obviously, we know there was a plea that was on the table. I don't know if it's still on the table. He turned it down. A lot of times that when they make a plea, unless the case really goes, in favor, takes a real direct turn in favor of the prosecution, that plea that they offered will stay on the table. So that could still exist, but I think, believes he's going to possibly win this.
Okay, so we got a question here from Olivia E. I'll throw this to you, Mina. Question, why was it necessary for the jurors to watch footage of the freak-offs? Is that what they were shown? They were shown. They were shown explicit videos. And I'll tell you why I think it's important, but first I want to hear from Mina.
So there were clearly explicit videos. I mean, I read countless reports where one juror was so upset that she actually took her headphones off, and she was just mortified at what she was watching. It's one thing to hear something, and it's another thing to see it. And when you see something, it really drives home the point of what was happening in that room. And it could also help the jurors understand maybe this wasn't consensual. If you're watching a woman having sex against her will, you will see that in the video. So I think it just really hits home, and it helps them, the prosecution, with what they're trying to prove. And it's graphic. Anything that you can get to anything that you can present to help the jury feel an emotion is definitely going to help you.
Got a question from Fabiola. Oh, and let me tell you what I think. Really, at the end of the day, right, is he directing these sexual events? Because if he's directing, that goes to force, fraud, or coercion. The very fact that these events happened, you need to prove that. You need to prove that these freak-offs happen, or Wild King nights, or hotel nights. You need to prove it happened. And by the way, the idea that he was recording these events and potentially using them as a way to threaten these alleged victims to get to do what they want, the videotapes, I think, are pivotal in this case. We got a question for you, Alexis, from Fabiola Delgado Lebron. Can we go over the number of different ways we have proven RICO so far? Thank you for blessing us with your voluptuous hair. You're welcome. You're welcome. It's a takes a village, but what can you do? It's a tough life. Alexis, Alexis, where are we? What are we talking about? Can you go over the number of different ways we've proven RICO so far?
I sure can, Jesse. So I'm a firm believer that we have proven RICO, first of all. I think that we have, like we've repeated over and over again, the criminal acts. First, we only need two, as you stated earlier, but we have multiple of the buying of the drugs. We have multiple evidence that's been presented having to do with the transporting of sex workers, as well as we have coercion, we have the guns. So we have that. We also have the prosecution showing that there was this enterprise because we had all of these individuals that were setting up the rooms, that were coordinating and moving the sex workers. We had these individuals that were making calls that could be viewed as coercion on behalf of Diddy. So I think the prosecution has checked off, as I keep saying, the RICO bingo card. Now, and once again, whether the jury is going to determine that they ultimately convict him of that is another question.
Yeah, and by the way, they've taken a break in court. What the jury was watching, as per reporting from CNN, are these alleged freak-off tapes from 2012 and 2014 concerning Cassie Ventura. You know, we have this question from Olivia E. We're going to go back to her because I think it's a really important point, Mina. We've been hearing these summary witnesses for the past 2 days now. Do you think that these summary testimonies are necessary, and why?
I do think because they're presenting additional text messages and additional evidence, and I think that they're actually planning something. They keep talking about KK, and a lot of these text messages are actually the interactions between Cassie and Jane Doe as to relates to them complaining or voicing their disappointment or their frustration or the fact that they're scared, voicing these things to KK. So the prosecution is going somewhere with this. They've already named KK as a co-conspirator. So I think it's really important for that next step is what I'm thinking they're setting up, which could be, and we've been talking about this, KK possibly taking the stand.
Well, I think we would have known by now, right, Mina? I mean, by right now, they haven't indicated that KK is going to take a stand. I think they say Brendan Paul, another summary witness. Maybe if they don't call her, Mina, you think the jury's going to be saying, that's weird?
I think they need to call her. You know, a lot of the times with RICO, you need to see the hierarchy, right? And we're getting all this information that Sean Diddy Combs asked his employees to do X, Y, and Z. But who was the enforcer? I think in order to really hit home that RICO charge, you have to really prove that there's some kind of hierarchy. And I think KK provides that middle person between Diddy and between the many bodyguards and the many assistants and the people that are needed in order to execute these freak-offs and to really coordinate the transportation, right? So I think it's a glue that I think will really help the jury see that structure and maybe be more likely to say guilty on the RICO charge.
Alexis, we got a question from Show and Tell Knitting. Seems like this case is a slam dunk for the government. What sorts of believable evidence can the defense present that would change any of the jurors' minds? I have thoughts, but I'll throw it to you first.
Okay, first of all, the federal government does not bring charges until they really work up a case. So usually if you're charged with a federal crime, there is a high percentage that you're going to be convicted right there. So I think that the defense, they need to focus on that domestic, which they seem to, that this was just relationship, it was consenting, and although you might not agree with the lifestyle, these were consenting adults and there was no coercion. And I think that they are hammering in on that, and they need to make the jury believe that this is just a toxic relationship that went domestic, meaning domestic violence was involved, but it wasn't some organized crime, mob type scenario that this was occurring under, because the other charges are lesser. He won't necessarily get as much, and it's going to be difficult to really fight against the drug trafficking as well as the prostitution.
Well, let me jump on that for a second. So yeah, the transportation to engage in prostitution, even if you take the evidence from the past few days from the summary witnesses, when you're talking about the travel receipts and the communications regarding how sex workers would be transported and how the alleged victims would be transported and the hotels and the cash, that to me feels like such a straightforward way to convict him. When you deal with racketeering, I feel there's a lot of room for the defense to go there. I mean, I think that closing argument time, they should take a list of the elements and say why the prosecution hasn't met it. And whether it's saying, show me this criminal agreement, show me this conspiracy. Where are the other co-conspirators? What did they all know? What was the common purpose here? And, the idea of the underlying crimes. Yes, Kid Cudi, arson, right? You go Capricorn Clark, kidnapping, Eddie Garcia, bribery, sex trafficking, Cassie, Jane, drug offenses. They check the boxes for sure, but have they proven it? Have they definitively proven that? And it does become a question, is there more of an uphill battle to really sell the idea of Sean Combs as this mafia boss, this crime leader, engaging in a pattern of repeated criminal activity using his businesses and his resources and his staff? Or was he just a celebrity who was engaged in, some illegal stuff, but he's not a racketeer? In terms of sex trafficking, I think there's a clear-cut case with Cassie than there is with Jane. And if you look at the last week and a half, maybe 2 weeks, the defense has done an exceptional job at cross-examining everybody from Mia to Brianna Bongolan to, even Cassie at the beginning to Jane. This is a gray case. It doesn't fit into a clean narrative of sex trafficker and victim. There are romantic aspects. There are aspects where these people stayed in touch with him, wrote glowing messages. Does that sell for the prosecution? Does it confuse the jury? And that's something that I think the defense is really going to work on. Okay, got a question here. This is interesting. This is from Actually, first, before we do that, we always get polls up. I love the polls that we put up here. So the prosecution has called over 30 witnesses, which has presented the most compelling testimony. Ex-girlfriends, Mina. Ex-girlfriends, Mina, we got 51%. Former employees, 36%. Hotel security staff, 11%. So that's interesting when you think about those numbers, right, Mina?
Well, for me, Cassie was the most compelling piece of evidence that you have. And that video says a lot. And I think for me, they've presented a lot of information to try to round out this case. But I think for me, from Cassie's testimony, I immediately saw the sex trafficking, the first charge, right? It's very clear to me that she was forced into sex with coercion, with bribery and things like that. But even just the transportation of prostitutes, that was very clear, in my opinion, from Cassie's testimony as well, because they laid out those 12 escorts. I'll never forget that. And they asked her about each one and where did you have intercourse with them? Ibiza, Miami, LA. That for me was like, oh, wow, they were traveling and coordinating this and having sex. So I agree. The ex-girlfriends, particularly Cassie, for me, have been the strongest pieces of evidence when it comes to this case.
Erica Charlotte says, Jesse, you are our Superman with Superman hair. Elizabeth Milner is Wonder Woman, and the panels are our Justice League of America. I don't think I can get a better compliment. I should just sign off right now. But what I will do is throw another question to Alexis. Erica, that's very sweet. Thank you so much. This is a question from Karen Leday Smith. Not sure how to ask this, but during deliberations, can the jury ask questions about Christina Coram if she doesn't testify?
Well, the jury can submit during deliberations, they can submit questions to the court that they want to ask. They can't necessarily submit questions directly to Christina, but they can submit questions about how they're supposed to handle things or apply, different things and ask that to the court.
Got a follow-up question here, Mina. This is from Skitlanta Commentary. Do you guys think that the government's witnesses that read the text yesterday have sealed his fate? So talking about the summary witnesses reading these messages. What do you think?
What do you mean by sealed his fate? Diddy's fate?
Sealed Diddy's fate. The idea, I guess, maybe if they're talking about the prostitution charge or sex trafficking, maybe even racketeering, because you see all these communications. I guess the text messages of the last 2 days, how impactful is it going to be?
I mean, I think it's just the prosecution really trying to hit home any questions that the jury might have. It's kind of putting it all together. Like I said before, I think Cassie's testimony was so strong that we saw a lot of the things that they're trying to now clean up, right? The hotel receipts, the communication, the transportation of the prostitutes. They're really trying to nail that nail into that coffin at whatever it takes. But to be honest, I think in order to put that nail in the coffin, you need the co-conspirator in order to get that RICO charge. Otherwise, in my opinion, you're just reiterating everything that we already saw with some of the other witnesses.
Well, a lot of people have questions about Christina Quorum, KK. This is one from Joshua Furlong. So as we talk about alleged co-conspirators, Alexis, do you think KK will be called as a rebuttal witness as for the prosecution, and they chose to hold her as an ace card to counter the defense's witnesses?
It's possible. I think she needs to take the stand. I agree. I think that she's very important to the RICO charge because it does show that hierarchy. She would be allegedly part of that enterprise and a very important part of it. I do agree that the jury does want to hear from her. I mean, she's kind of like Epstein's Maxwell. So I think that, that we want to hear her. And that is an option. That might be what ultimately happens.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break real quick. We're going to get Elizabeth Milner up, our in-court reporter. Let us know what the jury has been seeing and maybe take a guess about what they've been seeing on those videos. Before we do that, just want to let you know the second season of Law&Crime's hit podcast, The Rise and Fall of Diddy. I host it. It is back June 17th. It is exclusively on Wondery Plus. And by the way, you guys are in luck because we actually have a little preview of our first episode. Check it out.
We acting bad. We ain't trying to hurt nobody.
For decades, he was untouchable.
I've gone from Harlem to Hollywood.
Sean Diddy Combs built an empire from the ground up. But now, it's all coming undone.
Sean Combs, the mogul as we know it, is over.
I'm Jesse Weber, host of Law&Crime's The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, a front row seat to the biggest trial in entertainment history.
Sex trafficking, racketeering, prostitution, allegations by federal prosecutors that span decades, and witnesses who are finally speaking out.
This is at least the 10th lawsuit filed against Combs.
Each week we break down the courtroom drama as it happens.
How far will he fall, or will he walk free, but with a reputation in ruins? You can listen to The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, exclusively on Wondery Plus.
All right, welcome back, everybody. So as promised, we have with us Elizabeth Milner, Law&Crime's in-court reporter, who has been in that courtroom every day for testimony, including today. Elizabeth, great to see you. We have so many questions coming in for you. Let's get it started because I know my time with you is limited. We'll start it off with Danny. A question for Elizabeth. What issue was the judge upset about this morning regarding a possible leak? And, you know, I don't know if we know the full context of it, but whatever information you could provide would be great.
Absolutely. It was something that I think caught a lot of us by surprise this morning because the judge, when he came onto the bench, he seemed very kind of annoyed, very much kind of ticked off in a way just about what had happened. And so this is what we know so far, is that the judge was upset about this article that came out yesterday. And the judge accused somebody either on the prosecution side or even the defense side of lying about this because it pretty much this article, and we're not 100% sure where this article came from, but what we believe it might be is having to do with just something that happened during the sealed proceedings that happened on Friday. And so the judge said that someone kind of spilled the beans about what kind of went on when everyone was kind of kicked out of the courtroom for about a 20-minute period. They locked the courtroom doors and everything to kind of have this sealed proceeding as opposed to doing it in the robing room. And so the defense says they recently became aware of this article and they were adamant that they were not the source of the leak, and then the same with the prosecution. But really it seemed like the judge was kind of taking issue up specifically with Maureen Comey and Mark Agnifilo because they're the leaders of both sides, right? Maureen Comey representing the prosecution and then Mark Agnifilo being kind of the leader of the defense team or lead counsel just on both sides. And so he said, you know, on the extreme side of things that someone violated the court's sealing order, but also if they're kind of on notice as far as just finding out who is responsible for this. And they said they being the judge said the most extreme kind of action that he could possibly take is criminal contempt charges. So he's taking this very serious, and he seems very, he did seem very kind of annoyed about just this whole leak that had happened. Again, we don't know 100% sure what the article was and verify that this article was the in fact article, but we believe it might have been one that came out you know, just recently from a media outlet talking about what went down during the court proceedings that were sealed or were supposed to be sealed on Friday.
Yeah, we have a lot of questions about that. I mean, you pretty much answered it. We had a question from RSS. Can you ask Elizabeth to detail what happened when the judge reprimanded the defense over the sealed document? Question from Never Be. Do we know what happened this morning with information being leaked and the judge speaking about taking cell phone devices from the attorneys? I want to go to a question we have here, Elizabeth, from Olivia E. Did you get to see the jury's reaction to watching these explicit videos? And to be clear, what the jury's watching right now, are they freak-off tapes between Cassie and Sean Combs and others from 2012 to 2014? That's what CNN's reporting, but correct me if I'm wrong if that's what you think they might be watching. And what's the reaction to watching these tapes?
Yeah, so they have been watching the sexually explicit tapes, the freak-off tapes that had happened whenever Diddy was in a relationship with Cassie Ventura. And they were kind of bringing it out in correlation to the text message exhibits that we saw. And we were kind of like, where is this kind of going? And I think it might be to kind of show possibly in just another way that Cassie might have been in control during these particular tapes. And it was played kind of a lot today. And so what happens inside the courtroom is that all the jurors wear headphones, so we're not able to see this or hear this on the open speakers. The exhibit where the gallery is kind of shown these exhibits, the exhibit screen, I should say. Sorry, everyone, if I'm talking too fast. I had too much Celsius during one of the breaks because it was one of those days. But as far as just the jury's reaction to everything, they have been very professional as far as just kind of watching these really kind of graphic and sexually explicit videotapes. But I will say there was this one juror on the end, and I think he was the same juror that was moved from an alternate to now now, being kind of one of the main jurors, I should say. I will say it seemed like he couldn't take his headphones off fast enough in terms of just, they were playing these videos kind of at 2-minute increments or 3-minute increments, which is a long time to kind of watch these sexually explicit videos, especially in open court. But I did see him kind of take his headphones off pretty quickly, thinking that it was over. Then Tenny Garagos was like, okay, on to the next one. And it just seemed like it was played for a long duration of time. To me, it felt like forever. To them, it might have been just like 20 or 30 minutes. But for the most part, they kind of had no reaction beyond just kind of, I think, wanting it to be over. And then they went to lunch break. So it's a great way to introduce them to lunch, right, Jesse?
Right. I was just thinking that. That's, you know, not the most appealing thing before you go off to lunch. But look, this is a tough case. Tough case to sit on and a tough case to hear all this evidence. Okay, got a question from Shady Goat. Is Diddy looking concerned in court, or is he his usual arrogant, smug self at the moment?
I wouldn't say arrogant and smug. I will say that from what I've seen of him, it seems like he is kind of wanting to know what the jury's reaction is to seeing these, what we believe to be the freak-off tapes, the sexually explicit tapes. I did see him kind of looking over to the jury box, maybe to see what their reaction is to seeing these play, especially for the duration and the amount of time that they were played today. But from what I could see of him, it seemed like, especially as they were kind of wrapping up the direct testimony of Delissa Penland and then going into the cross-examination, he was kind of doing what he normally does, kind of taking everything in. Once they were starting to gear up for the cross-examination by Tenny Garagos, I did see him do kind of the usual thing, passing off notes to his attorneys, that type of sort. But I wouldn't say he's necessarily sitting at the defense table all arrogant and smug. Not at all.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions about Diddy's demeanor. Alexandra McDonald, what is Diddy's demeanor like today, knowing that such graphic videos are being viewed by the jury? Madhavi Dasi, sending warmth from India, asks, what was Diddy's reaction to the judge's question to the defense about information being leaked? So when all that was going on that you mentioned, how was Diddy reacting?
Yeah, so sorry, everyone. There's about to be an ambulance passing. So, Jesse, if you could filibuster for me for like 10 seconds.
I'm going to filibuster. I'm going to filibuster with great comments to you. We got a question, a great comment from El Spelunker who says, Elizabeth Fan Club in the chat. We got another one who says, this is from Sam. Elizabeth, you have such a calming nature and voice. You need to bring out your own podcast. You are a natural. So look at this. Love for Elizabeth Milner. And not only did I have to filibuster, I was able to give you great compliments at the same time. So, yes, what was his demeanor like when the defense was talking about information being leaked, that whole issue at the beginning? What was Diddy doing?
I couldn't get a good gauge on just his reaction to everything. Like, I couldn't tell if he was confused, if he possibly knew about this. And so I couldn't really tell either way just what his reaction truly was. It seemed like everyone was a little on edge this morning when the judge was kind of, and I hate to use the word admonish because a lot of people have been using that word to describe the kind of talk to that the judge was giving both sides this morning. And so I don't want to say necessarily if he was leaning either way, that being Diddy, in terms of what his reaction was. And so I would say, little to no reaction, only because I don't want to, guess and then be wrong.
Sure. That's fair. That's responsible reporting from Elizabeth Milner. We got a question from Olivia E. again. Any more commotion sounding another juror potentially being removed? Did you hear about anything about that?
Not about a juror being removed. The only other issue had to do something, and this is what we did learn in open court, that it had to do with juror number 7. So it's unclear if that was possibly in correlation with the article that came out, or if it's possibly another issue. But what we do know is that whatever the issue is, the judge said that he'll handle it at the end of the day. So far, no other juror has been dismissed beyond juror number 6, something we already know about, something that had happened just yesterday. But as far as another juror being dismissed, so far, that hasn't happened yet.
Interesting poll we have up here, and you're the best person to ask this question. The poll we put up is, do you think there's been a shift of energy in the jury box with the alternate juror? 51% say hard to say, 31% say yes, 16% say no. Unless the people commenting on this poll are actually in the courtroom, I don't know how you would know a shift in energy, but has there been a shift in energy? You're in the courtroom, you tell me.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen or felt kind of a shift in energy between, once the juror was dismissed. I will say it looked a lot different, especially yesterday, knowing that there is one less juror in the jury box. But I will say, this was something that the defense was kind of worried about. They were kind of concerned about what the energy was like, especially for the entire jury altogether moving forward. And so they asked the judge, they kind of asked the jury staff members what was told about this specific juror being dismissed. And so what the judge relayed to the defense and even the prosecution today was that the jury was told that a juror was just excused from the case. And so, it's interesting whether or not that they could kind of feel like, okay, man, we just lost one of our own, that type of thing. And so I haven't seen necessarily an energy shift or change or anything like that. And from what I can see, the jury is still doing their job. They're still showing up on time. They're still jotting their notes down. They're still paying attention to all the testimony, knowing that we're like weeks into this trial and the defense case is slowly on the horizon. I will say I haven't seen like a demeanor change in terms of just them showing up and being ready to kind of serve on this jury every day coming into court. And everything just happened yesterday, but for the most part, no big change.
This is another follow-up question. It's very similar. This is from Africoco Lux. Have you noticed the demeanor change across the board between Diddy, the attorneys, you mentioned the jury, from day one to now? Are people more tense, lethargic, something else?
I think people might just kind of be wondering what's happening next. Obviously with this type of testimony, that being the summary witness, the summary charts, the summary exhibits, it's not the most juiciest testimony, especially because it's a lot of text messages. We've seen videos that we've seen, in terms of even just the sexually explicit videos that were shown today in court. The jury has seen, I guess, screenshots or images of this. I think probably seeing, longer durations of these particular videos might be having them feeling possibly a type of way. But as far as what I can tell in terms of just the energy across the board, surprisingly, as far as I can tell, because they're lawyers, right? Everyone kind of keeps a poker face. I haven't seen much of a shift. And maybe, as the prosecution is slowly kind of ending their case, maybe they're just ready, to see kind of what the next few witnesses have to say in terms of testifying. But what we do know is with the defense case slowly on the horizon, their case in chief, or the defense's case, I should say, is only going to last about 2 to 5 days. So we're slowly seeing a light at the end of the tunnel. I think once closing arguments start to happen, and then once the jury is kind of given those jury instructions, and then they kind of take the charges to deliberate, then I feel like we might kind of see the mask kind of lift up just a little bit in terms of just how both sides are feeling in terms of maybe worriedness, anxiousness, maybe just all the different feelings across the board.
By the way, you saw Brendan Paul today, didn't you? He was in the courtroom at the beginning. Talk to us about what that was like. Mm-hmm. And also, for anybody who doesn't know, why is he an important witness? What do you expect him to testify to?
Yeah, well, I personally think he's a pretty important witness. He was Diddy's assistant, but also, and I'm sure maybe this will be something that is brought, and talked about either by the prosecution or the defense, or it might not be talked about altogether. But what we do know about Brendan Paul is he was named in one of the lawsuits against Sean Combs, kind of naming him as a drug mule. But then we learned during the course of this trial that he was actually one of Diddy's assistants. And so I think because he kind of had to invoke his Fifth Amendment right not to kind of, self-incriminate himself, I think it might possibly have to do with just drugs, and maybe drugs that were taken, and maybe large amounts of drugs that were given to Diddy, and maybe that were bought and paid for possibly by Brendan Paul. So I'm kind of curious of what he has to say. But I will say this, Jesse, when I saw him today in court, it was kind of weird seeing, we've seen his photo, right? But it was weird seeing like him in full person. He's very tall. He came in with a suit this morning before the jury was brought in to kind of get his immunity order, which was signed off by the judge. But he is very tall. He comes in with the suit. He seems kind of like, this is out of his element in terms of testifying. But what we do know is he was subpoenaed to testify. And so even in terms of just him like answering Mary Slavic or Christy Slavic's questions this morning about his immunity deal, he was looking kind of in the wrong direction. He wasn't looking at the person who was actually asking the questions. And so it'll be interesting to see what he's like when he does eventually go up to testify. It's unclear, though, given the amount or how long the cross-examination has taken, what time that'll be, if it'll trickle into tomorrow. So we'll kind of wait and see what he all has to say when he eventually testifies.
Fabiola Delgado LeBron is worried about you. Elizabeth, did you have breakfast with that Celsius? Because I don't want you crashing later. So everybody's worried if you're getting enough sleep, if you're eating the right things.
Yes. I know someone wrote in the comments yesterday that I looked exhausted, and I was just like, I texted my mom. I was like, do I look tired? Do I look exhausted? But I promise I'm getting at least 5 hours of sleep. You know, I'm eating in the morning. I'm eating before I go back to court. That's
a backwards comment, right? You look tired. You look drained. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. We got a question from Defying the Norm. Is Diddy's family still attending every day?
Yes. Diddy's family is still attending every day. It's kind of a different lineup in terms of who all is showing up. So, for example, today we saw Justin Combs inside the courtroom. Janice Combs has been coming to court pretty much every single day. I will say we haven't seen his daughter since probably the first week of trial. And so it's been a while since we've seen them. I'm sure they'll come back probably during the closing argument or sometime possibly once the defense case starts. But we haven't seen his sister, Keisha, this week. We haven't seen Christian Combs. I don't think we've seen Christian Combs this week, and I don't think we've seen Quincy this week, but it's only Tuesday, so who knows? Maybe they'll show up tomorrow, maybe they'll show up Friday, because we are off on Thursday, so we can all celebrate the holiday too.
Let me ask you this. When you're listening to this testimony and you're seeing these summary witnesses, are you seeing new messages you haven't seen before? Are you seeing things that were already mentioned by Cassie or Jane or other witnesses, Mia? Or are there messages that are completely new? Are there travel records that are completely new? Are there receipts that are completely new?
I think for the most part, you know, in terms of just what we're seeing new, it's maybe possibly the American Express credit card statements, which we're seeing, you know, a lot of money that is spent either to book travel, to book these hotel rooms. And again, it's a lot of money. And of course, you know, Diddy's credit card bill is not just, you know, $500, $1,000. It's like, you know, in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. So maybe that's probably the newest information we're seeing. But in terms of just these text messages that we're seeing, maybe possibly the ones that were around March of 2016 when Christina Coram and Eli Maroon, one of the assistants, were texting about how to get Eddie Garcia's phone number and just some of that. I feel like that was kind of the newer stuff that we were seeing. But in terms of even the messages between Cassie and Diddy, Diddy to Cassie, Diddy to Christina Coram and vice versa, I feel like, and they feel like that because, you know, we've seen so many messages, but it does feel like these are things we've seen before. And I think they're just kind of making it seem new because they're attaching it to a timeline, kind of putting, you know, a date with a corresponding exhibit number all attached to everything, that maybe it's supposed to feel new, but it does feel like the same messages that we've seen weeks before or even just recently that are just being shown to the jury over and over again.
Elizabeth, got a question from Naturally Now. Any difference between how the men and the women jurors react to these videos? And that, by the way, thanks for amazing reporting. So there you go, another fan from Naturally Now.
Well, thank you so much. But as far as just the difference between the male and the female jurors, I'm not seeing much. And here's the issue of that. Where I'm sitting inside the courtroom is kind of like a little of an obstructed view, mainly because of the giant exhibit screen. And I normally sit by the giant exhibit screen because I have bad eyesight. And so I really need to be able to see what we're seeing in terms of these exhibits. And so from what I've seen of just the female jurors, they kind of turn in an angle where I can't see their face. Really, I'm just kind of seeing their back. So unfortunately, I'm not able to get what their reaction is in terms of just seeing, especially these, you know, freak off tapes and those types of things. But for the most part, I think it's kind of across board in terms of just how professional they all have been. I don't think anybody's been giggling or kind of, you know, shielding their eyes or any of that sort, or taking off their headphones too early, but also taking off the headphones when I think they're kind of tired of hearing enough of what they're hearing and having to listen to.
All right, Elizabeth. Well, I'll tell you what, we're gonna send you back. I know that you have a lot more reporting to do for the day. By the way, Elizabeth's gonna be on with me later when we do a full daily recap on Sidebar, everything that happened during today's testimony, because this is just the middle of the day. I mean, Elizabeth, real quick, do you think they're gonna go to 5 today? I mean, yesterday they ended kind of early. Do you know if they're gonna go till 5? Because I think if they need a little bit more time with this summary witness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Tini Garrigo says she still has a little bit less than an hour left of her cross-examination. Then given that there might be some redirect, I don't even know if Brendan Paul will actually get on the stand today, but I might be kind of jumping the gun a little bit too early there. I don't want to make any type of promises, but the judge didn't give any type of signal as in terms of if we're going to end at 3 today or possibly at 5. Maybe there's like a little happy medium and we can at least end by like 4 o'clock today, but we'll see. We'll see.
All right. Elizabeth Milner, great reporting as always. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, let me bring back in Alexis Rosenberg, and let me bring back in Mina Sewat-Lona. Mina, oh, by the way, do we have with us Nima Rahmani too? If we do, let me bring him on as well. Oh, yeah, look at that. We got Nima. Hey, Nima. Okay, Mina, I'll start with you because, Mina, I know that our time is coming to an end shortly. I know you have to sign off. What are you taking away from where the case is right now? How strong do you think the prosecution's case is? Do you feel that there is a clear-cut case of racketeering and sex trafficking and transportation to engage in prostitution? It's kind of an unfair question because the defense also hasn't presented their case yet. They have done vigorous cross-examination. But Mina, real quick.
I think it's very clear the first sex trafficking charge, when it comes to Cassie, in my mind, that's pretty solidified. Also, the transportation of prostitutes, pretty solidified there. I wonder about the RICO. To me, it looks like it's forming, but as I said before, I think there's a piece there that is missing, and I believe that glue is Christina Quorum, KK. And I think if she can get on the stand, I think that she can corroborate a lot of the things that the other witnesses said, and then maybe even add her own testimony. And she'll really be able to prove that there's an intermediate in this alleged criminal enterprise, and that will help with the structure, right? Without KK's testimony, you have Diddy, kind of organizing this very loosely with bodyguards and employees, and it seems not as organized. So I think that depending on how the prosecution ends this trial, they could have a more meaningful case for the RICO. I think Brendan Paul is a very important piece of this because he brings that drug trafficking and drug charge into the fold. Allegedly, part of what Diddy did was he introduced women to these drugs, and they got hooked on these drugs. And that was part, allegedly, of the control tactic that he used in order to get them to do the sexual things that he wanted them to do. So Brendan Paul, very important. Also, KK, very important. I think the sex trafficking in one charge is pretty solidified. I think the transportation of prostitutes, very solidified. I think we're almost there with the RICO. We need more.
Nima, going to you. We got a few questions for you. This is from Straight Ballin'. Could the prosecution get this case heard without KK's testimony? Not really sure what it means, get it heard. I mean, the jury's going to be submitted the case, but I guess, do they need KK?
I don't think they need KK, Jesse, but I think this is a huge miss by the prosecution, not leaning on her. She's a co-conspirator, as is D-Rock. When I was a federal prosecutor, I would have charged both of them if they weren't going to cooperate, because we know you don't have to actually participate in the sex acts to be convicted of sex trafficking. You can as a co-conspirator or an aider and abettor. And we know that she was Diddy's former chief of staff, that she was his right-hand woman. And absolutely, she's criminally liable. So the fact that the prosecution is going to rest as early as tomorrow without putting Christina Quorum as a cooperating witness, for me, is a fail. I think the fact that the prosecution charged conduct regarding victim 3, Gina, and she's not testifying, that is also a fail. Now listen, I'm very pro-prosecution, but what I like to do is overwhelm the defense. So there's absolutely no argument that this was consensual. So I think prostitution is in the bag, the Mann Act charges. I think sex trafficking is tough because of all of Cassie's emails and text messages. I do believe she was sex trafficked, but I can see jurors asking themselves, well, why did she stay in a 10-year relationship? That's similar to the defense that they used in Harvey Weinstein. If you were abused, why'd you keep going back to your abuser? And I understand the psychology of abuse, but I think that's one of the challenges in the case. I think
it is.
If you're looking at RICO, yeah.
No, it's not a clean case, but yeah, you were saying if you're looking at RICO, what are the limitations?
If you're looking at RICO, I think you can get to RICO without sex trafficking. You can get there through extortion. You can get there through bribery. You can get there through obstruction, witness tampering, arson. I mean, there's so many other RICO predicate acts. But, I would really have liked to tie this up in a bow with the sex trafficking, proving that force, proving that coercion without, Jane's love contract, without, these words of affirmation from Cassie. I think that's the challenge in the case and something that the defense will exploit.
I've said it before, I said it again, I think that this is going to be a long deliberation process personally. I think it's going to take a while to sort through whether or not, the credibility of these witnesses, trying to put all the pieces together for racketeering and sex trafficking. I think this is going to be quite some time, maybe even rival Karen Reed's deliberation process, which I think we're still on verdict watch in that case, by the way. Okay, Alexis, I go to you. We got a question from Enlin DK. Is there any other point to keep showing the freak-off videos from the defense other than trying to desensitize the jury to them?
I don't think the prosecution is trying to desensitize the jury to them.
Well, the defense, because they're actually cross-examining this summary witness and having this summary witness look at these videos and have the jury look at these videos.
I mean, that is a possibility. I don't believe that's why they're doing it. I mean, we're not seeing the videos, so we can't really speak to exactly what's on the videos and as to why the defense would want them to look at the videos. It could be on the on the video that he wasn't orchestrating it. It could be on the video that it appeared from communication that it was consensual. I mean, there are so many things that could be on the videos that would be a basis for why the defense would want those videos to be shown, and the individual videos.
I mean, Mina, you want to talk about a poll? Listen to this. Do you believe the jury can remain impartial after being exposed to sexually explicit videos? 54% say yes, but 45% say no. That's pretty close. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think, like I said before, when you watch it, right, you're looking for body language, verbal cues. All of those things can sway a jury. We're not seeing it. We're not privy to what's on there. But one particular testimony from the Punisher, he said that at times you could see on Cassie's face that she was frustrated or annoyed or unhappy. All of those things are things that you're going to be looking at, and they can really sway your ideas about this sex act. Is it consensual? Is it not consensual? And I'm not surprised at that poll at all. I think reading into what they're seeing in these videos could really sway a jury.
Oh, by the way, I found out, Mina, you can actually stay with us for a little bit longer, so I'm so happy about that. Nima, here's a good question we haven't been asked in, the 6 weeks we've been doing this show. I will tell you, I don't remember seeing this question. This is from NF. Jesse, will we ever find out P. Diddy's legal fees over what they'll overall end up being? What is he looking at legal fees? And will we ever find out, Nima?
We won't, but I can give you a very good guess. He's going to be spending 8 figures, so that's 10 million plus. I've crunched some numbers. Wow. High-end criminal defense attorneys for a complex federal case like this are going to take at least $1 million retainer, right? And he's got a small army of folks helping him. I think the daily burn in this case is at least $100,000 per day. Just doing some rough math. We're talking about the experts. Look, because you have appellate lawyers there that are just watching the trial, right? And they're getting ready in case Combs is convicted, and they got to appeal this to the Second Circuit. So you have a lot of lawyers billing around the clock on this case. And look, maybe if he had taken that $10 million and spent it on Cassie Ventura and settled that lawsuit before she filed it, maybe he wouldn't be in this position. So he's throwing everything at it because literally his life is on the line.
Can I ask you a follow-up question to that, Nima? Do you think the fact that she had filed her lawsuit, settled with him, then had become a cooperating witness with the government, does the jury look back and say she has any incentive to testify against him? Wasn't she compelled to testify via subpoena? Or, hey, listen, you put this whole thing in motion. This is your fault. I don't know how much the lawsuit and the settlement is going to affect her credibility. I don't jump on the train that makes her not a credible witness. Where do you stand on that?
It was more, my point was, had he settled with her.
No, I get it. I totally get it. I totally get it. I'm just curious generally how the jury is going to view that lawsuit.
Yeah. So now even though I'm a former prosecutor, I'm a current plaintiff's lawyer. So I think jurors do take that into account. Look, here's someone that's $30 million richer, right? Was she truly a victim? I believe she was a victim. So I don't want the hate comments, but jurors ask themselves, hey, you spent 10 years of your life, 10, 11 years of your life with Diddy. You put out 9 records, right? You or $30 million richer.
Well, Mina says no. Mina says no. She didn't put out 10
I didn't
records.
put out 9 records. That was the point.
Oh,
She said
she
I
did a
recorded
deal.
9 hours worth of music,
Oh,
and
she
he never
recorded
released it. And then he told me I needed to have sex.
That's the point.
Yeah, she recorded 9
yeah.
records. I stand corrected. You're right. She recorded 9 records, and she didn't put out 9 records. Look, she's $30 million richer. So they may be asking themselves, was she truly a victim, or did she sign up for this lavish lifestyle? Again, I think she was a victim, but I think that's something that absolutely the jurors will consider. Even though she doesn't have the motive to lie, like some of the victims who have a pending civil lawsuit, hers have settled. But I think that's something that they're going to take into that jury deliberation.
Mina, from your perspective, look, I think the jury has to do an assessment of Cassie and her career, like in the sense, was she going to be this larger-than-life star, or did Sean Combs keep her down and have financial control over her? And in a way, because of that, she couldn't maybe independently make the kind of money she wanted to. And look, Jane says the same thing. She wanted to do OnlyFans. Combs wouldn't let her. When you look at Cassie, do you think the jury is going to be trying to figure out, well, what kind of career could she have had, would she have had if she wasn't dating Sean Combs? Because financial control is an element, a characteristic of sex trafficking, right? It's a form of coercion. It's a form that you might be able to hold over somebody in order to get them to do what you want.
They are going to look at that. And that's the thing. We'll never know where Cassie's career is going to go, because she was wrapped up in this lifestyle that Diddy, according to her testimony, wanted and controlled. Prior to her meeting Diddy, she had a very successful career. She was working with Ryan Leslie. That's how she even got into a room to be with someone like Diddy and Bad Boy, because at the time, everything Diddy was putting out was touching the charts. So you don't get signed to Bad Boy during that time without having some significant success already. So her career was she was on her way up. She had songs that had hit the radio, and then she meets him, and all of a sudden, none of the music is coming out. I mean, this idea that $30 million makes it all worth it is sickening to me, right? She said on the stand, I would give that money back had I not had to go through this experience. Her having all that money doesn't take away the trauma that she says that she witnessed, and all the terrible things that she's had to go to therapy over for years, to the point where she wanted to commit suicide, right? So I think the jury is going to evaluate all of that. Just because she received a payout doesn't discredit her as a witness. It actually, I think, helps the prosecution in that she has no skin in the game here. There's no reason for her to testify. She already got her money. There's no reason for her to testify other than the fact that the federal government looked into these claims that were not only put out by Cassie, but also lawsuits as well, and found their own case and decided to pursue this with their own witnesses and their own trial.
Alexis, we got a question for you from the Don. Question to Alexis: does she think that they might have settled with Christina Coram, or is there something else we're not seeing?
Is the question, do they think the state settled with her?
I'm not sure.
I mean, the government? I don't think that the government has, well, first of all, in criminal case, there's not really a settlement, but there may have been some immunity deal or something, or the government is going to go after her later. They can file charges against her later as well. So, but I don't think there is anything of that nature. Now, maybe there would have been some private settlements that we don't know, like in civil court, that we're unaware of, just like was brought up that prior to filing a lawsuit, somebody had, come to her and they had settled on the civil end. Yeah, that's a possibility.
Let me just do a follow-up question for you, Alexis. It's from Candela. Don't most cases already come tied up to some monetary compensation for damages? The whole argument for seeking money could be applied to all cases then.
Are we talking with regard to the initial settlement? I mean, I personally do not think that the jury is going to view the settlement that was made as something negative to her credibility, to Ventura's credibility at all. I agree that that was done. It started this whole thing. It opened up Pandora's box. And I think that her coming forward and restating in a little more detail the allegations that were contained in that complaint do not go against her credibility. They support it. I also do not think 30,000, I know it sounds a lot, at first blush, but it's not a lot considering everything that this woman went through, and as well as
30 million?
Damage to her career.
30 million?
Right.
Okay, cool. Okay, I thought I might have misheard. I thought I heard you say 30,000. Sorry. Let me ask you this. I'll go to you, Nima. This is from Philly Chica. Does the amount of drugs brought make a difference to prove drug trafficking in a RICO?
No, it does not. Now, it can affect the potential sentence under the federal sentencing guidelines. The type and the amount of drugs matter a lot. So certain drugs like crack cocaine, methamphetamine, a much smaller amount will get you significant federal prison time. Less serious drugs like marijuana, which is still illegal under federal law, it's Schedule 1, you might have to have significantly more. We're talking about ounces, pounds, even tons to get that same amount. So yes, there is a schedule, and there is actually a table that will identify the potential sentence when you're charged with a drug trafficking offense. Now, in this case, Diddy's not charged with drug trafficking. It's just a RICO predicate act. So it's something that the court can consider, the type and the amount of drugs, but it's not going to be that linear progression like it would be if you were actually charged with drug trafficking.
And the drugs also play a part in these sexual episodes. If the jury accepts that he was using drugs to keep them compliant, that is one of the main allegations in the indictment. Okay, by the way, got a nice comment for you, Nima. This is from Abroad by Sarah Senna. Nima, you've been missed. So people are happy that you're here. This is an interesting one, and it was a big bombshell, I think, Mina. When it came out that Jane, right, was still getting her rent paid by Sean Combs and still had a lawyer being paid by Sean Combs, because Duriel 1000 says, how's the prosecution letting their witness keep accepting payments from Diddy? Are they being complicit or what?
I mean, I think it affects her credibility, absolutely. For me, the question really shifts from, is she a victim or is she a sex worker that is working under Diddy? All of those things matter. The force isn't as prevalent with Jane as it is with Cassie. There is one point where she said that Diddy threatened to expose the freak off sex tapes, or she called them hotel nights and debauchery, to expose them to the father of her child. So that's a little bit of a coercion, but I think those things affect her. The fact that she's still getting paid in the form of her rent being paid, and he's still providing attorneys for her and footing that bill. I think it speaks volumes, and it's going to affect how the jury sees her.
Well, Nima, what do you think about that? Because I can make the counter argument that she's presented text messages where she was showing her resistance to these hotel nights, whether it was because whatever reason, she didn't want to be a part of them. I mean, it seemed the big theme was she felt like she wasn't getting the same treatment as other girls. There might have been a jealousy situation. But what about when she alleged she threw up and Sean Combs made her, have a hotel night? Or she was exhausted and she still had to have a hotel night. And then there was the whole alleged violent episode where I think the allegation was that he choked her and that he allegedly said to her, take this pill, you're not going to ruin my night. Do you think she's presented enough for the jury to say, this might be sex trafficking of Jane?
Well, Jane is a mixed bag, and I'll tell you what's great for the prosecution. What I love about her is that she was the most recent victim. Even after Cassie's lawsuit, even after his LA and Miami homes were raided, he continued to have hotel nights with Jane. I also like Jane because she was more firm in those text messages saying, I don't want to do this. We don't have those similar text messages from Cassie. And I believe both were trafficked, but the words matter, and her words, what she said to Combs. Now, maybe she wanted to spend time with them, or maybe wanted to go on a trip on the private jet. But even on the freak off videos, right? There is audio where she is telling the sex workers to wear a condom and Combs is telling them not to. I like Jane for all those reasons. Now, like Mina said, she maybe will be painted by the defense as being a transactional sex worker, as an OnlyFans model, and this is what she signed up for. Like, I believe anyone can be trafficked or sexually assaulted, even a prostitute. That's certainly not an excuse, but she does have some vulnerability when it comes, and like you said, if she's on the payroll and the defense is saying, look, she used to live in a small apartment, now she's living in this big house, and really Diddy went into it telling her that I'm not going to be monogamous. This is going to be a polyamorous relationship. So the defense certainly has a lot to work with when it comes to impeaching Jane.
We got a court update. They're officially back. The judge says to Ms. Tenny Garagos, are you ready to proceed? Tenny Garagos responds, as soon as Mr. Combs is out. And then Sean Combs is brought in from a holding cell. Judge says you are concerned about the other matter. And the prosecutor says the court can question the juror. We defer. This is the juror matter that Elizabeth had mentioned before. Go to you, Alexis. We got a question from Pound SP 16th Street. Is it ultimately a loss or a failure if the prosecution cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt the racketeering aspect of the case? So I guess the question is, if they get convictions on sex trafficking and they get convictions on transportation to engage in prostitution but not guilty on racketeering, is it a loss for them?
Well, I think the prosecution will view it as a loss for them because they really want that RICO charge. I mean, that RICO charge is the big one, and that's the one that they're really trying to get. The other ones are lesser charges in the prosecution's view. So they're definitely going to take it as loss. But he still potentially is facing pretty severe jail time with even the lesser charges. So overall, I mean, I would still view it as a win.
Nima, we put up a poll about you. Do you agree with Nima? Was it a mistake for the prosecution to not call Christina Coram? 68% say yes, Nima. 21% say they're unsure, and 10% say no. Your thoughts on that?
Listen, when you are a prosecutor, you have all the leverage in the world, right? And you're prosecuting a criminal enterprise. Now, you don't need everyone to be indicted, but when I was at the U.S. Attorney's Office, the Department of Justice, I had that whiteboard, right? You have the head of the organization. In my case, it was a drug cartel, right? And you have all the other individuals that are working. That's the whole point of RICO, Jesse. You can bring in a lot of people and a lot of evidence into the case and lean on them. And just like Sean Diddy Combs, when you're running a drug cartel, you go nowhere near the drugs. You send a text message, you place a phone call, and the product moves. So you have people like Christina Coram, you have people like D-Rock that are involved in the sex and drug trafficking. You have to flip them. Again, I think this was a soft move by the prosecution. Hopefully it doesn't turn out to bite them, but I would have handled the case very differently with a much heavier hand here.
Well, let's talk about the defense. So Mina naturally now asks, what is the defense going to do next? Discredit Cassie? Do you think they will be aggressive or gentle considering what we've seen? What else can they do in their defense? Remember, they haven't even called any witnesses yet. We kind of got clues yesterday, or maybe the day before. What's today? Today's Tuesday? Yeah, we kind of got an update yesterday about who they might call. They might call the former head of human resources. They might bring in their own expert to discredit the testimony or rebut the testimony of Dr. Dawn Hughes. Where do you see the defense going?
I see them really just pushing what they've been pushing this whole time. People that can get on the stand and corroborate that this was consensual, that this is a voyeuristic lifestyle, something that, hopefully you and I don't understand. But I really think that they've been very tactical in how they're questioning each woman, right? From Cassie to Mia to Jane Doe. There's been some clear tactic there. With Cassie, they were very loving and they gave her compliments, and it just seemed like it wasn't as tumultuous as how they questioned Mia. So I think that they're going to try to somewhat discredit Cassie in some way because that cross-examination was not as volatile as it was with Mia. And I think that they're going to present evidence that's going to really place that reasonable doubt into the jury's mind, where they're going to present that this was more consensual and that these women were not forced.
Got a comment, a question from D. Habril. Did I miss Elizabeth? Yes, you did miss Elizabeth. Elizabeth was on about like 45 minutes ago. It's okay. She had to come in and out of court. She was great. And by the way, here's the deal. If you missed Elizabeth, don't worry, because we're going to have our Law&Crime sidebar episode up on YouTube later on, which is a full 1 hour recap of everything that happened in today's testimony. And we've been doing them every day. And Elizabeth's reporting has been great on it. It's almost like you're in the courtroom. That's how in-depth she is with her details. As we wrap things up, let me give you the final question here, Alexis. This is from Olivia E. Question. As the prosecution's case came to a close, do you think they left out any key witnesses? I mean, we've been talking about KK so much, but what are your thoughts?
I think they needed to call KK. I think that the jury wants to hear from KK, and I think they need to call KK. They may have also want to call some of the other people because we really aren't having, as I would have liked to hear from a couple more of the people that worked for the alleged enterprise and their participation. So I think that would have been helpful as well.
We have one final poll result I'll put up. Which type of evidence is likely to carry the greatest weight with the jury? Victim testimony, 57%. Sexually explicit videos, 26%, and Diddy's voicemails to Jane, 16%. By the way, I have an update from court. Alexandra Shapiro, this is one of Sean Combs' defense attorneys, asked, we prefer in the courtroom to the robing room so Mr. Combs can observe. And this is again about the juror issue. The judge says, let's get Agent Penland back. Comes back, all rise. And Tenny Garagos, another one of Sean Combs' defense attorneys, says, okay, we just watched video, now exhibit 1307. All right, so listen, let me tell you, Mina Sewat Lona, Nima Rahmani, Alexis Rosenberg, thank you so much for coming on. Thank you for your great expertise, your great commentary. Clearly the panel, the viewers love you guys. So thank you so much for taking the time. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Jesse.
And everyone out there,
Bye,
thank
Jesse.
you. Bye-bye. And by the way, everyone out there, thank you so much for your amazing questions each and every day. And I will just leave you with this, okay? The second season of Law&Crime's hit podcast, The Rise and Fall of Diddy, is going to be out. It's hosted by yours truly. That's right. It's back today. It is exclusively on Wondery Plus. And by the way, if you want to know a little bit more about it, you guys are in luck because we actually have a little preview of our first episode. Take a look.
We acting bad. We ain't trying to hurt nobody.
For decades, he was untouchable.
I've gone from Harlem to Hollywood.
Sean Diddy Combs built an empire from the ground up. But now, it's all coming undone.
Sean Combs, the mogul as we know it, is over.
I'm Jesse Weber, host of Law&Crime's The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, a front row seat to the biggest trial in entertainment history.
Sex trafficking, racketeering, prostitution, allegations by federal prosecutors that span decades, and witnesses who are finally speaking out.
This is at least the 10th lawsuit filed against Combs.
Each week we break down the courtroom drama as it happens.
How far will he fall, or will he walk free, but with a reputation in ruins? You can listen to The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, exclusively on Wondery Plus.
Yeah, Paula, I'm asking her right now. She asking you ate. She bet you ate already.
Yo, my man's is live right now. My man's is live. What the fuck Diddy's doing right now? I'm too lazy to do that. I said you're not live. We'll wait a couple more minutes. Dude, everybody's wild and it's hype. CJ freaking Diddy. You guys share this wild. Nobody on TikTok except this one other dude. There's only one other dude. Guys, they set up right here on the street. They just set the press up. We're just wilding, y'all. We're doing some battles on TikTok as well. Let's go. We'll battle as Diddy comes out. And then we'll post it. Guys, it's the first battle today. Why? Do I not look okay? I'm just chilling, guys. come out of this shit. We're waiting for Diddy. We're waiting for Diddy to come out of this shit. Thank you guys. Everybody, we're waiting for Hoyt now. Hard techno. Shut up, Maddox. Let's go. broke my mom's garage. For real. Buddies, what's going on? Aileen, thank you guys. Estamos afuera de corte. And, oh my God, estamos afuera de corte. Starting out